Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
अधीतं गगन सदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावाधीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, everyone. We welcome you all to today's Nithyananda TV segment, the Pacchai Pattini Vratham program, a global undertaking initiated and under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being observed by the whole of Kailasa. The Pacchai Pattini Vratham is followed by Devi Parashakti, Mariamman herself. This Pacchai Pattini Vratham is a fasting Vratham where she herself follows this Vratham for the purpose of raising the superconscious energy of every individual and humanity as a whole. So what exactly is the Pacchai Pattini Vratham? The Pacchai Pattini Vratham is an effort, is an undertaking, is the fasting where, as we mentioned earlier, Devi Parashakti herself observes the Pacchai Pattini Vratham for the purpose of blessing the whole of humanity, for the purpose of raising the consciousness, superconscious energy of the whole of humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in an effort to reach and accomplish the 17 sustained goals of the United Nations through the revival of authentic Hinduism in the form of Kailasa, the first Hindu nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is teaching, sharing the importance and initiating us all into the Pacchai Pattini Vratham to achieve this reality. The Pacchai Pattini Vratham has multiple benefits of those who are observing the Vratham. Through the Pacchai Pattini Vratham, the science of Kaya-kalpa experientially starts manifesting in those observing the Vratham. Not only that, but the grace of Ganapati, the grace of Paramashiva, and the grace of Parashakti Mariamman is bestowed upon those who are observing the Vratham. You become a channel, you become a medium for all the powers of Paramashiva to manifest through you. This Pacchai Pattini Vratham is followed from the last Sunday of the Tamil month Masi and ends on the last Sunday of the Tamil month Fanguni. From Sunday to Sunday, this Pacchai Pattini Vratham is observed for 28 days. During this time, Devi herself follows and observes the Vratham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives a very beautiful description of how Devi Mariamman represents the self-purification of the entire Prakriti. The water element from this ocean, when it is purified by the fire element from the sun, it gets transformed into clouds and showers as rain. This rain purifies the earth and the airspace, making it the ultimate purifier. Devi Parashakti, Mahamari, represents the self-purification process of the Prakriti, of the nature. Fasting is the purification process of every individual. During the Vratham period every year, Mahamari, Parashakti, Prakriti, she herself observes this Pacchai Pattini Vratham, thereby purifying not only the entire Prakriti, but also offering us the opportunity to purify ourselves along with her. The Pacchai Pattini Vratham is designed to spiritually heal your physical and psychological ailments, to help clear out all your toxins and blockages from your system, to strengthen your immune system to effectively fight off diseases, and to relieve all your stress, anxiety, and mental tension. Some of the benefits of observing the Pacchai Pattini Vratham is to purify your body, create a space for Paramashiva and Parashakti to manifest. When you create a space for Paramashiva and Parashakti to manifest, you are becoming a channel, a medium for the spiritual healing of the whole world to happen when they manifest through you. Be prepared, your system will become prepared to receive the science of immortality, to receive the blessings of the goddess, to stay protected from all diseases. Out of the thousands of various Mariamman temples and in and around India, in southern, northern, in all parts of India, Samayapuram is the first tala, the first place where Mariamman was worshipped. Samayapuram also happens to be one of the many Shakti Pitas, where the eye of Devi Sati fell on the bhumi. After the self-immolation of Devi Sati happens, Parandama, Lord Vishnu, with his Sudarshana Chakra, cut the body of Devi Sati into 54 different pieces, which fell on different parts of the planet. Each place became a Shakti Pita a place where Devi Parashakti is worshipped. Samayapuram is the place where the eye of Devi Sati fell on the planet. The temple of Samayapuram Mariamman itself was built by the Vijayanagara king. The Vijayanagara king, as he was traveling northwards to wage war on a certain region, he stopped and stayed in Samayapuram. There he had declared, if he wins the war, he would build a beautiful temple for Devi Mariamman. With the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti, the Vijayanagara king was victorious in the war which was waged in the north, and in true commitment to his word, built the temple of Devi Mariamman. Devi Parashakti is well known to take care of the practical, down-to-earth problems of her devotees. To protect her devotees from the chicken pox and all the other diseases, as well as to keep the peace in the region, Devi Parashakti goes around the village in the night personally. People who have slept in the temple of Devi have heard the sounds of Devi's anklets as she makes her rounds, marking her auspicious presence. This temple was also visited by King Dasharatha during his reign in Ayodhya and King Vikramaditya during his reign in Ujjain. Now we're going to be understanding the importance, the place given to mother worship in Hinduism. Cosmos not only reveres, but worships, celebrates the feminine consciousness, the feminine energy. Women who embody the feminine consciousness are not just revered in Hinduism, but they are worshipped and respected. The Vedagamas, the Hindu tradition, not just gives equal rights to women, it reveres and honors them, it worships them. In Hindu tradition, everything worthy of worship, be it the gods, the rivers, everything is named in a feminine expressive way. Female names, feminine expressions are given for the Shaktis, the energies, the rivers. The whole nature, the earth itself, is called as Bhuma Devi in Hindu tradition. In the Hindu tradition, the earth is not just a geography, it is biology. It is a living being and it is worshipped as female. All the rivers in Bharat which flow through the land of Bharat, the Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Narmada, Sindhu, Kaveri, other than the river of Brahmaputra, all these other rivers are given the feminine expressions, the feminine names. Hindu tradition is the oldest worshipping divine tradition, which worships the divine in the form of woman, in the female form of Devi. Hinduism has a separate sampradaya called the Shakta Sampradaya, worshipping the feminine energy, worshipping the highest source of the universe in the form of woman, worshipping God in the form of woman in Hindu tradition. It is not just that Hinduism gives equal rights to women. Hinduism reveres, honors, and above all, worships them. There is a beautiful verse from the Vedagamas where it beautifully says that wherever women are pleased, wherever women are worshipped, all gods reside there with bliss and joy. There's a shloka in the Chandi part in the Devi Parayanam, which are 300 verses which extol the glory of Devi Durga. The verse goes, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Matra Rupena Samstitha. Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha. O Devi, who is residing in all beings, whatever exists in the form of ultimate creativity, who is residing, I bow down, I bow down, I bow down. I surrender. This is such an amazing stotra. The essence of mother worship is nothing but the mothering of the cosmos in you. The supreme Pandava of Hinduism himself is basically fundamentally a Shakta, a mother worshipper. The supreme Pandava of Hinduism became enlightened through the Shakta tradition, through the worshipping of the mother. Because your whole biomemory happens through the mother. The energy expression always happens through the mother worship. It is possible to have the energy expression, experience the ultimate in all the other bhavas, such as the Sakala Bhava, the Dhasa Bhava. There's so many different bhavas in Hindu tradition. But it takes a lot of time to experience the energy expression. The Matru Bhava makes the energy expression very quick and very strong. You may be in the body of a female or you may be in the body of a male. That itself doesn't matter. But if you start mothering the cosmos inside of you, you will become the cosmic mother. Mother worship is a very different tradition of enlightenment. It is not based on any social laws. The masculine part is always social based, but the feminine part is enlightenment based. So whatever religion you may belong to, if you explore the feminine worship part of that religion, it is directly leading you towards enlightenment. In our life, the first and foremost relationship which we form is that with our mother. The ability to learn, the ability to relate starts with our mother. The mother's contribution in our life is either by doing or not doing something. Those who have lived around their mother till the age of 14 are extremely blessed. Because if you've had your mother living around you, living with you, then you know how to connect with the mother. You do not need a separate lesson to connect with the divine. There are various attitudes, various bhavas, various techniques, methods to connect with the divine, to connect with the higher consciousness. But nothing like the Matru Bhava, connecting with the mother. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition happens through the sacred feminine worship as the mainstream tradition. Even if everything that Vedic tradition gave is lost due to some tsunami or some earthquake, if just the worship of woman, the worship of mother, the worship of the sacred feminine tradition happens, if that is retained, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. All traditions which miss the sacred feminine, whether worshipping the sacred feminine or techniques to awaken the sacred feminine, all of them lost its life within 100 years. One of the greatest things which happened in the Ramakrishna mission was that Sharada Devi was included in the main worship altar. And that is one of the contributing factors to the extent, to the expansion of the Ramakrishna mission, which we are seeing today. They found the important component they were missing and added it, making them what they are today. The same way, in the tradition of Ramana Maharishi, the place was given for Ramana Maharishi's mother. Unless the place, the representation for the sacred feminine energy happens, the techniques to awaken the sacred feminine energy, neither that can happen, nor can enlightenment happen, nor can it be transmitted to the next generation. Mother worship is a vital part of the Vedic tradition, through which the enlightenment energy manifests. Now, after listening and understanding the various powerful cognitions given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about the importance of mother worship and achieving the ultimate experience of enlightenment through the mother, as a part of the Pacchai Pattini Vratham, we are doing 28 days of completion with the mother, with all the mother figures in our life. Because fundamentally, whatever incompletions which we have with our mother, with our father, those are the same incompletions, same relationship we're going to carry and have with the cosmic mother, with the cosmic father. This is the same incompletions which we are going to project on Guru and on God. And so now with this, we are going to be entering to the next part of today's program, which is entering into the completion process. As we mentioned earlier, it is through this completion process does so many things get solved in your life. We try to manifest various things, various different parts in different aspects of our life. But for some or the other reason, they refuse to manifest. They refuse to manifest for some or the other reason. And this is fundamentally due to the fact that we ourselves are preventing those aspects of our life to manifest. Especially in the space of our relationships. When we are having problems, when we are having difficulties in the various relationships of our life. This is fundamentally due to the fact that we are actively preventing them to manifest. And so how is that possible? How are we preventing the lives? How are we preventing the relationships in our life to manifest? How are we preventing so many things in our life to happen for us? We are the ones who want those things, right? So how are we stopping it from happening in our life? And so this brings us to the root patterns which we all carry. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares again and again that it is due to the various root patterns which we have accumulated, have had in our life, that is the contributing factor to the problems, to the situations which we create and which we attract in our life again and again and again. For example, if when you were very young, something happened and you felt where your mother was trying to attend to something, she was trying to cook, or she had some errands to run, and for some reason you wanted the attention of your mother, but you are not able to have it. At that moment, cognitions, the thought currents which you developed about your mother, that she does not care for you, that you are not as important to her in your life. What are the various cognitions which have developed at that time? It is the same cognitions you will carry throughout your life. With all the various people, in different ways, in different forms, it is the same thing which will repeat again and again and again. Swamiji beautifully says that once a root pattern is formed at the age of 6, you never grow up from that age. You are still 6. Just your body alone has matured, but your mind, your cognition is still at that same age. And so the growth does not happen. We do not evolve. Our consciousness, maturity does not happen as long as our root patterns exist. And so we carry multiple root patterns throughout our life. And these multiple root patterns affect us in various different ways. A root pattern which you have with your father or with your mother could affect you in your professional life, in your job, in your career. It is not just necessarily that just because the incident, the root pattern was created in your personal life, the problems are restricted to happen only in your personal life. It does not work like that. That is not the way we function. Wherever the root patterns are created, wherever the root patterns are caused, they will reflect, because that is the way we perceive life, that is the way we see. Whether it is our boss, whether it is a colleague, the first few relationships which we had in our life, this is the same cognition we are going to bring and project in all the other relationships which we have in our life.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes, before the technical glitch, expanding upon the different aspects of completion and how completion is important in our life. And so, though we are doing the completion process for the past couple of days, each time you do the completion process, it is going to take you to a deeper step. You are going to remember more and more different incidences in your life. And also, as we had mentioned earlier, the completion process isn't just limited to the incompletions or to the relationships, to the powerless cognitions which you had developed about your biological mother. All the different mother figures which you would have had in your life. It could even be your grandmother, your aunt, even if your sister was a mother figure as a part of your life. All the different mother figures who were a part of your life. This completion process can be done to complete all of that. Because we all need to understand that in some way, some form or the other, it is whatever incompletion in every part of the way, however it could be possibly formed, all of those awaken, all of those come up and get reflected on the divine. Because unfortunately, this is the only way we know to relate. How our relationship is with the relationships which we currently have, it is the same way we're going to relate with people in our life as we grow up, as we build different relationships. And so now with this, let us enter into the completion process. This completion process is designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself and is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The process is in 4 different steps. The first step of this process is to write down the earliest incidences in our life when we felt that our mother was against us and not supporting us. As you're writing this down, be as detailed as possible about the incident. Who was there? What transpired during the incident? What did you feel? And what was your reaction, the response towards your mother during that time? What cognitions, what conclusions about your mother did you develop because of this incident? Please pen down. This is the first step of the completion process. After we identify the root patterns, the root cognitions, we can then begin the process of having them completed. And so now, over the past couple of days, if you have written down a specific incident, written down a specific pattern or root cognition, and you still feel that the hangover is still there in your inner space, that has still completely not left your system, it is perfectly all right to sit and write that same root pattern again. Because completion is fundamentally the removal of the hangover of the past into your present so that you can build a blissful future. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully defines completion, where the hangover of the past is not in your inner space, does not affect you anymore. The hangover of the past does not exist in you. When you start living each moment new, spontaneously, that when the rebirth happens, that is completion. Completion is having the rebirth of your inner space, where the past is no more having a hangover in you. And so now with this, let us enter into the first step of the completion process, which is identifying these incidences and penning them down, writing them down. It is highly recommended that you have a pen and paper when you're doing the completion process. When you are identifying these incidences, because typing it out and keeping it in your device doesn't have the same impact as is writing them down. So please pick up a pen and paper and let us start the first step of the completion process. The light Mahavakya sound is going to be played in the background. The instructions are also being projected on the screen for your reference. Yes, with this, we can enter into the first step of the completion process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please take this time to sincerely write down, pen down all the patterns, incidences when the earliest incident in your life where the incompletions with your mother started developing. And so now once you have identified those incidences, we can enter into the second step of the completion process, which is reliving these incidences 5 times within your inner space. Remember here, the key word is to relive and not to remember. And so what is the difference between reliving and remembering? Well, remembering is from our current standpoint, what we now understand about life. The various understandings we have about life, about the cognitions which we are currently carrying. Now, when we look at those incidents, we have a different understanding about it. We have a different cognition about it. But that is not the understanding, that is not the cognition which we carried at that age when we first experienced this scenario, when we first experienced the situation in our life. And so for that reason, it is still incomplete. We need to relive the incident as it happened from the cognition which we carried at that time. If we were 5 years old, then the cognition which you carried as a 5-year-old child, you need to relive the incident from that same cognition. You need to go through the whole incident from the age you experienced it. And do not allow any emotions to be bottled up inside of you. Whatever emotions start emerging, fear, guilt, anger, frustration, sadness, allow everything to flow through you. Be a river and allow all the emotions to flow through you. Anything which is withheld, it only creates more and more problems. When there is too much of water being held within the dam, the pressure increases, and to a certain extent, only the dam can hold. You need to release all the pressure which is being held within you, the emotional pressure, all the various emotions which are being held within your system. You need to let all of them flow through you. Let all of them out. Relive this incident which happened in your life. Relive it within your inner space for 5 times. And each and every time, remember to experience this incident as you were as a 5-year-old child. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, reliving is relieving. And so now, consciously go through the incident within your inner space 5 times. Yes, we can now enter into the second step of the completion process. Please begin.
Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
After now having relived and relieved the incident from your inner space 5 separate times, where you sat and lived through the whole incident again as the young child as you experienced this incident. Most of these incidences which you remember as your root pattern, which you remember as the root incidences which initiated and created the pain patterns, most of them would have happened started before the age of 7. And so now, after completing this step of reliving these root patterns, these root thought currents, we can enter into the third step of the program of the completion process, which is doing the second step of the Swapunatva Kriya. Telling the incident to yourself in the mirror 5 times loud and clear. Speak as if you are telling your mother about the completion which you are doing. Look into your own eyes in the mirror as you share the incident. Following this step is where we're going to be doing the direct completion with the mother figures in our life, where we're going to be calling them up, talking to them, and completing the completion process. But before that, narrate this incident to yourself 5 times in the mirror, as if you were completing with your mother itself directly. Speak as if you're telling your mother about the completion which you are doing. We can now enter into the third step of the completion process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in
Of
all
the
our third
Pacchai Pattini Vratham, the aspect
Let the
of the
Amrita
divine,
flow.
of offering our
Let
worship
the
to Devi.
Varni open up.
You can take and keep the Guru Padakas, you can take and keep Trishiyantra Mandala, Trishiyantra Chakra, or even the deity of Devi Parashakti. If you have, you can take and keep that as well. Take and keep all the different aspects that you need for the puja. As a part of the Archana, if you have the flowers for the Archana, you can take and keep the flowers. Or if not, that is also fine. You can perform the Kumkum Archana which is the archana of the processed turmeric haridra. You can take and keep that as well for the archana, as well as have the offerings of dhupa, deepa, naivedyam, and arati. Please take a few minutes now to get ready and offer the puja to Devi Parashakti as we enter into the next segment of today's program. Thank you. Please stay tuned. The puja will begin very shortly.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ज्ञानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां। ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुस्तारं शिरसि फणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते। ॐ सत्यै नमः। ॐ साध्व्यै नमः। ॐ भवप्रीतायै नमः। ॐ भवान्यै नमः। ॐ भवमोचन्यै नमः। ॐ आर्यायै नमः। ॐ दुर्गायै नमः। ॐ जयायै नमः। ॐ आद्यायै नमः। ॐ त्रिनेत्रायै नमः। ॐ शूलधारिण्यै नमः। ॐ पिनाकधारिण्यै नमः। ॐ चित्रायै नमः। ॐ चण्डघण्टायै नमः। ॐ महातपायै नमः। ॐ मनरूपायै नमः। ॐ बुद्ध्यै नमः। ॐ अहङ्कारायै नमः। ॐ चित्तरूपायै नमः। ॐ चितायै नमः। ॐ चित्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वमन्त्रमय्यै नमः। ॐ सत्तायै नमः। ॐ सत्यानन्दस्वरूपिण्यै नमः। ॐ अनन्तायै नमः। ॐ भाविन्यै नमः। ॐ भव्यायै नमः। ॐ भव्यायै नमः। ॐ अभव्यायै नमः। ॐ सदागत्यै नमः। ॐ शाम्भव्यै नमः। ॐ देवमात्रे नमः। ॐ चिन्तायै नमः। ॐ रत्नप्रियाय सदायै नमः। ॐ सर्वविद्यायै नमः। ॐ दक्षकन्यायै नमः। ॐ दक्षयज्ञविनाशिन्यै नमः। ॐ अपर्णायै नमः। ॐ अनेकवर्णायै नमः। ॐ पाटलायै नमः। ॐ पाटलावत्यै नमः। ॐ पट्टाम्बरपरिधानायै नमः। ॐ कलमञ्जीररञ्जिन्यै नमः। ॐ अमेयविक्रमायै नमः। ॐ क्रूरायै नमः। ॐ सुन्दरायै नमः। ॐ सुरसुन्दर्यै नमः। ॐ वनदुर्गायै नमः। ॐ मातङ्ग्यै नमः। ॐ मतङ्गमुनिपूजितायै नमः। ॐ ब्राह्म्यै नमः। ॐ माहेश्वर्यै नमः। ॐ ऐन्द्रियै नमः। ॐ कौमार्यै नमः। ॐ वैष्णव्यै नमः। ॐ चामुण्डायै नमः। ॐ वाराह्यै नमः। ॐ लक्ष्म्यै नमः। ॐ पुरुषाकृत्यै नमः। ॐ विमलायै नमः। ॐ उत्कर्षिण्यै नमः। ॐ ज्ञानायै नमः। ॐ क्रियायै नमः। ॐ नित्यायै नमः। ॐ बुद्धिदायै नमः। ॐ बहुलायै नमः। ॐ बहुलप्रेमायै नमः। ॐ सर्ववाहनवाहनायै नमः। ॐ निशुम्भशुम्भहनन्यै नमः। ॐ महिषासुरमर्दिन्यै नमः। ॐ मधुकैटभहन्त्र्यै नमः। ॐ चण्डमुण्डविनाशिन्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वासुरविनाशिन्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वदानवघातिन्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वशास्त्रमय्यै नमः। ॐ सत्यायै नमः। ॐ सर्वास्त्रधारिण्यै नमः। ॐ अनेकशस्त्रहस्तायै नमः। ॐ अनेकास्त्रधारिण्यै नमः। ॐ कुमार्यै नमः। ॐ एककन्यायै नमः। ॐ कैशोर्यै नमः। ॐ युवत्यै नमः। ॐ यत्यै नमः। ॐ अप्रौढायै नमः। ॐ प्रौढायै नमः। ॐ वृद्धमात्रे नमः। ॐ बलप्रदायै नमः। ॐ महोदर्यै नमः। ॐ मुक्तकेश्यै नमः। ॐ घोररूपायै नमः। ॐ महाबलायै नमः। ॐ अग्निज्वालायै नमः। ॐ रौद्रमुख्यै नमः। ॐ कालरात्र्यै नमः। ॐ तपस्विन्यै नमः। ॐ नारायण्यै नमः। ॐ भद्रकाल्यै नमः। ॐ विष्णुमायायै नमः। ॐ जलोदर्यै नमः। ॐ शिवदूत्यै नमः। ॐ कराळ्यै नमः। ॐ अनन्तायै नमः। ॐ परमेश्वर्यै नमः। ॐ कात्यायन्यै नमः। ॐ सावित्र्यै नमः। ॐ प्रत्यक्षायै नमः। ॐ ब्रह्मवादिन्यै नमः। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति श्री इन्द्राक्षिदेव्यै नमो नमः। नेत्राणां दशभिष्यतैः परिवृताम् अत्युग्रचर्माम्बरां हेमाभां महतीं विलम्बितशिखां मामुक्तकेशान्वितां घण्टामण्डितपादपद्मयुगलां नागेन्द्रकुम्भस्तनीम् इन्द्राक्षीं परिचिन्तयामि सततं प्रत्यक्षसिद्धिप्रदाम्। ॐ धूरसिधूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वतितं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामशिषस्मितमं पप्रितमं दुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्दानं त्रिगुंहस्त्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभेर्मा संविक्ता मा त्वाहि गुंसिषुम्। ॐ ह्रीं श्रीं इन्द्राक्षीं श्रीं पें स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति श्री इन्द्राक्षिदेव्यै नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वजातवेदोपघ्नन्निरर्तिं मम जीवनं दग्न आगहि श्रिया मा परिपातय। ॐ ह्रीं श्रीं इन्द्राक्षीं श्रीं पें स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति श्री इन्द्राक्षिदेव्यै नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ मधुवाताऋतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। ॐ ह्रीं श्रीं इन्द्राक्षीं श्रीं पें स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति श्री इन्द्राक्षिदेव्यै नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। शरणागतदीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्त्यहरे देवि नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। ॐ ह्रीं श्रीं इन्द्राक्षीं श्रीं पें स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति श्री इन्द्राक्षिदेव्यै नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्रे नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलं परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्। त्वं स्मृतमहं धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गङ्गाधरनामेति स्तोत्रस्थानं ददाम्यहम्। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
Nithyananda, that was such a powerful darshan of Devi Parashakti. In the same space, let us enter into the power manifestation. I welcome all of you who are viewing us
on all the different social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all the different platforms. I welcome you all to today's power manifestation session. Today, we are going to be manifesting an interesting power, a new power that we have not manifested. So today, we are going to be manifesting the power of increasing the height. So today, we are going to increase the height of ourselves. This is one of the most powerful Shaktis that is described, that is given by Paramashiva himself as the Ashtamahashaktis. This is one of the Ashtamahashaktis that we are going to be manifesting today, which is the increasing of height. So let us get ready to increase the height of ourselves today. We are going to be manifesting 3 rounds today. So first, we are going to be increasing the height of ourselves. Then we will be manifesting 2 more rounds of the same power. So let us get ready now. If you have the Jnananjana, you can apply the Jnananjana on your 3rd eye. And come. First, we are going to be measuring our heights. So you can use a measuring tape if you have a measuring tape. And if you do not have a measuring tape, you can go against the wall. And once you go against the wall, you can keep a scale or anything that you want to mark your height with on the wall. So you can mark your height over there on the wall. And we are going to be manifesting this power today. I'm sure all of you are excited for this power, which we are going to be manifesting now. So let us quickly measure our heights and enter into the power manifestation. We have 3 minutes to measure our heights. So you can go against the wall and you can keep a scale, a ruler, or a book, or anything like that which is flat on top of your head, and mark using a pencil. So once you mark, you are going to be increasing the height of yourself through this power. And after the power manifestation, you're going to be verifying the height as well. You're going to see the difference of how much you have increased your height. You can also request Swamiji that you want to increase a specific amount of your height also. Like if you want to increase it by 1 inch, 2 inch, or 1 centimeters, 2 centimeters, you can do all sorts of things with this. You can increase your height how much ever you want. So this is the power for that. We have 1 more minute. So quickly measure your heights. You'll just come back and be seated for the power manifestation. If you have the Nithyananda, which is the alchemy product, you can apply that on your 3rd eye. But if you do not have that also, you can manifest this power. You're all already now in the highest space of oneness, as we've had the darshan of Devi Parashakti, Mariamman. Yes. Now let us begin the power manifestation. Please be seated. You can sit on the ground. You can sit on the ground. And if you can sit in Padmasana, please sit in Padmasana. With your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You're going to be starting the power manifestation shortly. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, in your third eye.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Any form of Swamiji, visualize any form of Swamiji that you feel connected to. You can visualize any form of Swamiji that you feel connected to. After you starting to visualize, just intensely chant the Mahavakya inside yourself, or you can chant it aloud as well. The Mahavakya, which is being played now, you can chant along with the Mahavakya, which is being played. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and continuously chant the Mahavakya. Now,
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
increase your height
I bless you all.
as much as you want. You can increase your height with this power manifestation. This is one of the most powerful Shaktis.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
One of the Astamaha Shaktis.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
We have 1 more minute to manifest this power. Let us continue to intensely chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes. Now we are going to be verifying our height. So now you can relax and you can get up and you can go to the place that you measured your height. You can go over there and you can again do the same process, like how you measured your height initially using the measuring tape or using the wall. You can measure your height again in the same way. And now we are going to be verifying the manifestation that has happened in all of us, the height increase. So go to the wall or the place that you measured your height with in And again, remeasure your height now. And when you are measuring the height, you can take the before and after photos also, so that you know the difference of how much you have increased your height. You can take the photos of that as well. So let us now verify the manifestation that has happened in all of us. We have 2 minutes to verify. So let us quickly verify. And we are going to be manifesting this power again. Any power that you manifest for 21 times successfully, any power that you're manifesting 21 times successfully, if you manifest, you become like a power manifester in that power. Like you become like perfect in that power. You will be able to manifest that power how many times, as many times as you want. Swamiji says that just manifesting this power for 21 times will make you like perfect in that power. So you can manifest this power after this as well. So let us now manifest the next power. We are going to be manifesting this power once again. We are going to be doing 2 more rounds of this power, of the height increase power today. So let us come back and be seated if you have finished measuring your heights, remeasuring your heights. We are going to be starting the next round. Yes, now we are going to be manifesting the second round of this power manifestation. Let us get ready now. Visualize Swamiji chanting the Mahavakya. Again, request Swamiji to show you and increase the height of you. You can just the declaration that you are going to be manifesting this power and requesting Swamiji to increase your height to manifest this power for you. Swamiji will manifest through you and make your height increase. So get ready now. We are going to be again manifesting this power. I'm sure all of you are excited and manifesting this power. Let us start the power manifestation. We are going to be manifesting for 3 minutes now. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, chant the Mahavakya. Visualize Swamiji. Let us now start the power manifestation. Request Swamiji now in your third eye to increase your height. Just continue chanting the Mahavakya inside yourself or aloud. continuously, constantly deciding that you are Paramashiva, you are Swamiji himself. So this will make you manifest the power because we are manifesting the Shaktis. This manifests from the space of enlightenment. So only when we are established in that space continuously, we will be able to manifest these powers. So let us continuously chant the Mahavakya. We have 1 more minute to manifest this power. So let us continue to do the power manifestation. Continuously chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant the Mahavakya. You can chant along with the Mahavakya which is being played now. You can chant along with it. You can chant it inside yourself. Move on to the next step of the power manifestation. Yes, now let us verify and see how much we have increased our height. So you can go back to the place that you measured your height. You can go back to the take the measuring tape, or if you measured it on the wall, you can go back to the wall and measure your height now. You have 2 minutes to manifest this. You have 2 minutes to verify the manifestation that we have manifested now, the power that we have manifested now. Verify the manifestation and come back for the next round, the last round. Yes, we have another minute to manifest this power. Yes, Now we are going to be moving on to the next, where we are going to verify the manifestation that we have now manifested. Yes, now you can go back to the place that you measured your height initially to verify the manifestation. Verify that we have manifested 3 rounds of the power today, of the power of increasing your height, the great Ashtamahashakti, which is revealed by Paramashiva himself. Now, we are going to be posting our experiences on the social media of the power manifestation that we have experienced today. So, with the photos that you have taken of yourself increasing your height, so you can show the initial height that you are in and the
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue the power manifestation, the next step which we were doing, which is posting our experiences on the social media. Let's continue to post our experience. Now you can share your experience of what you have manifested, of the height that has been increased now, how much you have increased, whatever you have verified. Now we have manifested 3 rounds of the power manifestation. If you have manifested in all the 3 rounds, that is like amazing. But even if you manifested just once, you are still manifesting the power. So you do not have to think that you are like not manifesting the power or that you are not able to manifest the power. All of you are power manifestors now. So let us continue to post our experiences on the social media. You can use the hashtag of PPV you can use the hashtag KAILASA, you can use the hashtag Nithyananda, you can use the hashtag Power Manifestation, and also you can use the hashtag of Mariamman. You can use these 5 hashtags to post your experience on the social media. You can also make a video of yourself where you're sharing your experience. In a few moments, we are going to be moving on to the next segment of today's session. So continue posting your experiences. Let us get ready for the next segment now. Finish posting your experience, can come back and be seated. It is time to move on to the next segment. Now let us move on to the next segment. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Hinduism, as well as manifesting the superconscious powers of Paramashiva. Let us now dive deeper into the nitty-gritties of the Hindu parliament structure as revealed by Paramashiva. To give a little bit more context, a couple of days back, on the auspicious occasion of Ugadi, of the celebration of the lunar calendar, beginning on the 21st, which occurred a couple of days back, the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism emphasized on the importance of the Hindu parliament structure and the depth it needs to go to for the functioning and for the Kailasa nation to happen. And so today we're going to be going in depth. Yesterday we had gone in depth into the Kanaka Sabha, which is the house of prosperity, where the Vaishyas, the wealth merchants, the businessmen, are a part of the actual government and not just a corporate body. And today we're going to be entering into the second house of the Hindu parliament, which is the Deva Sabha. First, let us go have an overview of the revelations about the Hindu democracy and the parliament structure as defined by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So out of the 5 sabhas, the first sabha which we are going to be looking at is the Chit Sabha, which is the house of consciousness. All the purpose of establishing the Kailasa nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing the Kailasa nation on the planet Earth, is to give the superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. And so the Chit Sabha deals with that part of the government, deals with that administration, that part of the administration. The second Sabha is the Kanaka Sabha, which is the house of prosperity. So all the guilds, the merchant guilds, the business corporations, all of these come under the house of prosperity, where they are not just an independent body, but they are part of the government structure itself. The third is the Rajya Sabha, which is the house of lords, or otherwise the house of Kshatriyas, which is dealing with the various politicians and various public figures. The fourth is the Deva Sabha, which is the house of cosmocrats, where the best brains of society come together and form the policies which is to be implemented, which is to be made a reality by the country, by the state. we can see these in our life, the UN summits which happen, where the best brains come together and decide, give the declarations for what is supposed to be achieved for the betterment of our society. And this finally is the Nithyananda Sabha, which is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism's personal contribution to the world, to the humanity. And so these are the various 5 different sabhas which make up Kailasa's Hindu Parliament, being revived by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes. And let's dive deeper and understand in detail how these different sabhas work in the Hindu Parliament and how their actions will actually work towards the betterment of the society and impact the common man in various aspects of life. For example, Chit Sabha will deal with all consciousness-related sciences, as Mangala Maharaj has put it a while ago. See, the purpose of Kailasa is to give a superconscious breakthrough to the world, to the planet Earth. So Chit Sabha will deal with those issues. Rajya Sabha will deal with all the political decisions that need to be made and reaching out to politicians, inspiring, integrating them with the cosmic vision of Kailasa. That will be the purpose of the Rajya Sabha. Deva Sabha will be the Hindu think tank that will apply all the Vedagamic sciences of the grand heritage of Hinduism to make the best decisions. They will bring all the best contributions of Kailasa to the world. Hinduism has so much to offer, whether the flights, Pushpaka Vimana of those days, or the amazing surgery, technology, methodologies of Sushruta, the amazing Hindu medicine, all the best things Hinduism has to offer in the field of life and administration. Deva Sabha will manage that aspect of life. Coming to Kanaka Sabha, it will manage all the resource development. Yesterday, we talked in detail about the Kanaka Sabha and how its decisions will impact the day-to-day aspects of everyday human beings. See, Hindus existed as the richest civilization, completely in tune with the nature, without exploiting, abusing, destroying the nature. We lived as the richest civilization. So reviving those natural resource-based lifestyle, it's altogether a different science than what we see as the government structures today. So that will be the essential aspect of the Kanaka Sabha. Now Nithyananda Sabha will work on the lifestyle and implementing on the actual executive implementation of the Hindu lifestyle for the entire human beings, the administration, the central administration of the Supreme Pontiff, and all the work, executive, all the decisions that will be made for the implementation of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma-based blissful lifestyle will be done from the Nithyananda Sabha.
Yes, Maharaj. So coming to the topic of discussion for today, what is the Deva Sabha, the House of Cosmocrats? So Deva Sabha consists of the intellectual elite that constituted the think tank, policy making and research, academia working together as a collective brain of the society, having the best of the best come together and to further the society. Deva Sabha had the best minds collectively working together. The core context was to fulfill all the 4 Purusharthas, which is the Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, at both the individual level and collective basis, and maintaining oneness with nature at the same time. These best minds included the power manifestors, the Avadhanis, who were capable of doing 100 tasks at a time, people who were masters in their fields. Again, the best of the best coming together, they making the policies and deciding the future of our society.
Yes, Maharaj. And in fact, if we stress upon it a little more, go deeper, by the virtue of being the collective of the greatest minds in their individual fields, Deva Sabha has the knowledge to strategize, to make policies and take decisions for the collective, for the overall society. So even though Deva Sabha is not allowed officially to interfere in the working of other sabhas in the Hindu Parliament, but in the historical sense, in the past we have seen that during the times of crisis, grave crisis, they have intervened and took strong measures to take the society in the right direction. One example, one of the most popular examples and most revered examples in this case is that of Chanakya. So Chanakya, even though he was an academic in the field of political science in the University of Takshashila, one of the most famous and biggest Hindu universities at that time, when he was faced by the situation of extreme corruption among the Indian kingdoms, along with a grave threat of invasion and external aggression by the hands of the Greeks. He gathered the best brains from all across the country, overthrew all the corrupt kings and ministers, united all the kingdoms, and established a new empire ruled by Chandragupta Maurya, and which was governed as per the Hindu Shastras, as per the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So, taking this historical context into perspective, we see that how powerful really the Devasabha is and what its potential is in shaping the overall society, in taking it to the right direction. Potentially, we can see the risk is also there as to if and how it can become corrupt and take the society in the wrong direction, which we see in the modern times. And I request Mangala Maharaj to expand a little more as to the modern context of what has happened to this Devasabha.
Yes, Maharaj. Coming to our modern situation, the corruption in the Devasabha, which translate to the think tanks and the policy developers of our world today. So unfortunately, right now, the situation is that these policies, the best brains of our society, do not hold a position, do not hold a place where the decisions are taken as constitution, their decisions are taken as a part of what should be decided for the betterment of the world. And so because of this fundamental flaw of not giving a place for the best brains of our society, for the policymakers of our society, a place in the Hindu democracy or in the global democracy, for the matter of our modern situation, we are facing a number of problems. And so the invaders and colonial forces destroyed the independently functioning Devasabha of Hindu democracy, subverted it to their interests. The Hindu intellectual elite were brutally killed of their livelihood that depended on the Hindu structure, was taken away and turned into slaves of the imperialistic rulers. Today's academia, think tanks, and policymakers are full of subverted colonized minds who think low of the Hindu principles and keep churning out literature, research, and making policies that only empower the hegemony of the modern materialistic civilization over the Hindu enlightened civilization. This was done primarily by the clerk-based anti-Hindu education started by Macaulay that destroyed the traditional indigenous Hindu Gurukul education system, replacing Sanskrit with English and destroying the rich Hindu knowledge in all fields.
Yes, and even moreover, the true Hindu history was completely whitewashed and replaced with a fake, completely fake history, a fake, false narrative, demeaning the indigenous Hindu civilization and denying its glorious past, so that Hindus won't even have the knowledge or the confidence or courage to plan for a glorious future. Because we have to understand a civilization which doesn't even know about its glorious past will not even think about building a glorious future and will live and die as a slave. So today's Devasabha, so to speak, because in real sense it doesn't even exist, it has been completely destroyed. But even in some sense, if we say the intellectual elite of today as the Devasabha, so today's Devasabha is working not based on cosmic principles, but as the intellectual or ideological foot soldiers of anti-Hindu forces or the Hindu Messiah forces. Hindu knowledge systems like yoga, Ayurveda, even organic farming, etc., and values such as the dignity of labor, universal brotherhood, they have been completely replaced by selfish, fear, greed-based materialistic thought currents.
There are various examples, as Maharaj was sharing, there are various examples about how think tanks, when empowered, can be a powerful way to solve even the most difficult of problems. And we have examples of this in our world history. During World War II, a think tank of the best physicists was put together to outrace the Germans in building the atomic bomb. Even though the Manhattan Project was successful in its endeavor, the result was massive destruction.
Yes, a more positive example, if I can add, Maharaj, is that all the NGOs which are trying to come up with more and more innovative ways to solve today's crises, like global warming, climate change, deforestation, environmental degradation, ozone layer depletion, all these things, the destruction of ecosystems and so forth. through lobbying, protest, and other campaigns to raise awareness. All these things are happening. But oftentimes, all these efforts stay fruitless, as fruitless attempts, because these NGOs do not have the power to actually make decisions. They are not really legally represented as a part of the democratic structure in the parliament. So even their decisions are not, even they are acting ultimately as toothless tigers. So what happens is, since those think tanks are not officially a part of the modern parliament structure and are thus incapacitated to make those effective changes in their respective fields of specialization, like we just mentioned, they end up getting reduced to lobbying groups working for their own selfish interests. And it may not even be selfish, it may even be for the good interest of the society. But since they don't have any power to make actual change, they get reduced to just these lobbying groups and cutting backdoor deals to achieve their objectives.
Because of the absence of this power vacuum, and when those think tanks are being empowered with democratic representation in the parliament as a separate house itself, they are bound to act responsibly and with accountability to the public. Secondly, since power is evenly distributed across all the 5 sabhas in the Hindu parliament, no sabha can overpower the other, thus leading to a robust, stable, and healthy, responsible democracy. Nowadays, the most crucial decisions are not made by the brilliant geniuses, by the specialists of the respective field. Unfortunately, that is not the case which is happening in the world right now. Oftentimes, narcissistic politicians claim those spots only for their individual greed for name and fame, without any actual qualification, without the know-how, the understanding to solve the great crisis of our times. We have to give the power of decision-making to those who actually understand how to solve the problems they are facing. And that is why it is crucial that Kailasa revives the Deva Sabha, the collective of the brightest heads of the fields of their respective subjects, of their respective fields of what they are the related matters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself stated that world peace is a possibility if the traditional Hindu think tanks are re-established and re-empowered.
So let us now look into how Kailasa is actually reviving the Deva Sabha, the entire Hindu parliament, and especially the Deva Sabha. During the COVID-19 pandemic recently, all countries were faced with this public debate, this discussion of public healthcare as well as the economic recovery in the post-COVID era. So how to make it happen, how to implement, what policies to implement. So in this context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, had delivered a very significant presidential address. And based on that, Kailasa had made a submission to the United Nations, giving the vision of the Supreme Pontiff for the world to effectively deal with the COVID crisis, for the extreme grave healthcare crisis, public health crisis that the entire world faced, and work towards the economic recovery. In fact, the economic breakthrough. We gave the policies. Kailasa submitted the entire paper giving the outline of the policy implementation principles and the plan to the United Nations. And this paper was accepted and published by the United Nations. So like in this one example, starting the conversation, raising awareness about the urgent issues, providing solutions, building diplomatic relations with the important decision makers of our time, and providing the voting rights to all of its citizens, Kailasa is evolving to be in a key position to prove that the Hindu democracy is not only a livable, practical system, but urgently required to catch up with everything that has been mismanaged by humanity for too long, bringing us to the verge of our own destruction. So reviving the enlightenment sciences, providing the knowledge for free in our Jnanalayas, that is the Hindu libraries, universities, both offline and online, raising the next generation of responsible leaders, the superconscious elite in Kailasa's Gurukuls, manifesting powers, Shaktis of Paramashiva, learning, living, and preserving these sacred sciences as they are being revived by the Supreme Pontiff. There's one more way in which Kailasa is reviving the Deva Sabha, a very important aspect of policy implementation. This is the Hindu compliance system. Now, what is a compliance system? We have seen various kinds of standards and certifications that we see around us in various fields. For example, the ISO certification. So either you need to make or buy a very advanced gadget, electronic gadget, or all the way to if you want to open a new power plant, let's say, establish a new power plant. So all the designs and everything have to be compliant to this ISO standardization. Then only it will be accepted and actually trusted by the concerned stakeholder parties. Similarly, in the field of engineering, electronics, electrical engineering, IEEE is one of those bodies which sets the standards, the rules of implementation, and what is right, what is wrong, what will work, and the proper standardization, quality control in a way, so to speak. Similarly, in the field of climate change, the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, it gets the best brains to work on the policy making and implementation of the decisions related to the climate crisis that we are facing today. And all the countries who are signatory and to this organization and the treaties related to it, they are actually obligated to implement those policies, whatever the policies the IPCC sets forth. Similarly, there are many other compliance systems in the field of internet, and even in India, the Niti Aayog, for example, sets the policies in the field of economics and finance. So even in the case of food, for example, the halal certification for the Islamic world acts as one of the food compliance systems. The organic certificate is another compliance system. So keeping all this in mind, if we really see around, there is no compliance system for Hindus, be it in the field of food, be it in the field of medicine, be it in the field of healthcare, technology, temple sciences, anything you see, there is no Hindu compliance system, so to speak. So Kailasa, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has taken the initiative to put forward the Hindu compliance system, reviving all the sciences, standardizing the proper, based on the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana, all the Pramanas, all the references from the authentic source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, setting the standards for every field of the Hindu life, in fact, every field of life itself, and putting it out for implementing for the common man. So let's say if you want to open a Hindu compliant restaurant, not just a vegetarian, but a Sattvic vegetarian restaurant, you have the Hindu compliance system set by Kailasa. So you contact the team, they give you the standards, you implement it and get the certification so that the common man knows and trusts, yes, for a Hindu, this is the proper place to eat. Because for Hindus, food is life. Based on food, you are either aligned to the purpose of your life or you're destroying yourself. Similarly, in the field of temple sciences and everything, agriculture, organic agriculture, not just organic as we know today, but the Hindu organic agriculture, how to do it, what are the best practices, what will actually make it a proper standard model of Hindu agriculture. So that certification, that compliance, this whole sciences, the Deva Sabha is going to take responsibility, and actually it has already started. Now the ball is already set into rolling, and Kailasa is reviving the entire Hindu sciences in this way.
Yes, Maharaj, very beautifully put. The Hindu compliance system is already happening, and it is because of the Hindu Deva Sabha, which is one of the legs of parliament. One of the very first things which have come out of the Hindu Deva Sabha is the Hindu compliance system, which acts, as Maharaj beautifully put, is the Hindu standard of Sattvic, the Hindu standard as Paramashiva reveals in the Veda Agamas, what it should be as per our lifestyle. And so now with this, we enter into the question which we have for all of you today. Now that we have an understanding of what the Deva Sabha is and how important it is to have the think tanks with the greatest brains of their respective fields, empowered to be the political decision makers, we have the Hindu vote for today, the decision which we all need to take. As we have been explaining over the past couple of decades, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, as we have been sharing with all of you over the past couple of days, the democracy in Hinduism is a responsible democracy. Those who are educated, who have studied and who know the field, they coming together and voting on the relevant topics they are expert about is what is the Hindu democracy. Where the responsibilism, people who are responsible for those fields, they coming together and making the best policies. That is what Hindu democracy is all about. And so now Kailasa, being the first nation for Hindus, created for Hindus by Hindus. By becoming a part of the Hindu votes, you are an active player, active part of the major decisions which are being made for our governance for the future of our life, not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. And so at this moment, we are living in a very historic period where we have the chance to be the active part of the functioning and governance of Kailasa nation, setting the trend, the standards for a prosperous future. And so now we come to the Hindu votes today. We touched upon the fact that it is the most intelligent, most specialized, and most professional do not necessarily inherit the position to cause the meaningful improvement they need to do for society. Way too often, unqualified people make the decisions on their behalf, led by their own greed for name, fame, and other vested interests. In the Hindu parliament structure, they are given a whole house for themselves, so all their talents and efforts do not go to waste. Deva Sabha is the great collective of the brightest minds of all the various sciences as revealed in the Vedagamas, coming together to solve the urgent dangers of society and providing the innovations, the discoveries to improve the lives of all. So should the Hindu parliament be revived, with Deva Sabha working as the primary think tanks shaping policies based on Hindu principles and not the world view of colonial masters? This poll is being hosted on Twitter, so you can all head over to Twitter and at the official channel, official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Sri Nithyananda. This poll is being placed there right now. So you can all go ahead and head over to Twitter and cast your Hindu vote as to the future of the Hindu parliament structure. And so now with this, I would like to sincerely thank Brahmasukha Maharaj and like to thank all our viewers as well for coming today and being a part of today's program, understanding the importance of the Hindu parliament, understanding the importance of the Deva Sabha within the Hindu parliament, why it is a key factor in not only the government of Kailasa, but in all world governments, why they should be adopted, as well as helping to take the decision, deciding the future of how Kailasa itself should implement the Deva Sabha. And so now with this, we come to the end of today's segment and like to all sincerely thank all of you for coming and being a part of today's program. And thank you again, Brahmasukha Maharaj, for coming today and being a part of this program. And we'll also like to take this opportunity to talk about the upcoming program, which is going to be starting from tomorrow, which is the glimpses of the Paramashivoham program. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created the Kailasa nation, has created the first nation for Hindus. What is needed right now is for responsible Hindus, for governing, for establishing Kailasa and making it a part of the global society. Hinduism is the most life positive and contributing aspect which society is having. A couple of days back, we were mentioning in the various ways, various levels, how Hindus are the most contributing in each and every field, how they have the lowest crime rates and are the highest taxpayers in their countries. The importance of Hindus is already established. And so to establish Kailasa, which is the revival of authentic Hinduism, to continue doing this good service to society, which we are already doing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this program to all of us so that we can become leaders of tomorrow. We can become the enlightened leaders which society needs right now, which the world needs right now, not just for ourselves, but for the prosperity of the future as well. And so you can register for the upcoming program, the Glimpses of the Paramashivoham program, which is starting today at gov.google.sk/glimpses. The link is actually being projected right now. You can see in the scroll below, the link is being projected. You can also scan the QR code to either offer your sevas to Kailasa, to become a volunteer, and to register and be a part of Kailasa's e-citizenship. So with this, we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, which is the alive daily Nithyananda Satsang. We request all our viewers to please sit straight now as we get ready to welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the Nithyananda Satsang. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and bring your awareness to your Anandagandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism residing in your Anandagandha as Paramashiva, with the 25 heads and 50 hands. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and allow the mantra to reverberate throughout your entire being. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashaktimadhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I welcome all the Kailasians citizens of Kailasa, living and practicing Hindus, Sarvagnyapitakartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvabarityagis, Kailasa's ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Astreshwaras. Above all, today, the 12 distinguished dignitaries who are here, the recipients of Dharma Samrakshana, Kailasa's Dharma Rakshana, social service, social justice award. I welcome all the 12 award recipients. And we are honored by all the 12 award recipients, Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award, first Council Woman of Teresa Cox City, Councilwoman Miss Teresa Cox, City Council Member at City of Fremont, California Government, United States. I welcome you and thank you for being here, and we are honored your presence and all the great work you are doing for social justice. Thank you for what you are doing and being who you are. We welcome you. Thank you. Mr. Gift Parsin, member of Global Indigenous Youth Caucus and Youth Representative in Maasai Women for Education and Economic Development, Kenya. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are and doing what you are doing. Next, Reverend Susan Shannon, Interfaith Minister and Chaplain, United States. Thank you. We are happy to give the Kailasa Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you for what you are doing and who you are. Next, Miss Mia Yamamoto, Los Angeles-based criminal defense attorney and civil rights activist from United States. Thank you. We are honored to give you this award, Kailasa Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. Next, Mr. Deepan Mitra, Secretary General, World Hindu Federation, Bangladesh Chapter. Thank you, Shri Deepan Mitra ji. Thank you for what you are doing and who you are. We are happy to give this Kailasas Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Next, Mr. Kristen Johnson Williams, Managing Partner at Kristen Williams & Co., Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Quantum Consultancy Concept, Founder of the Quantum Foundation, Trinidad Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Kristen Johnson. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are, we are honored to give you Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Imam Jamal Rahman, co-founder and Muslim Sufi Imam of Interfaith Community Sanctuary, President of Northwest Interfaith, and adjunct faculty at Seattle University, United States. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. We are honored. We are very happy to give you this Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award for what you are doing on this World Social Justice Day declared by United Nations. Thank you. Mr. Fadi Jamaluddin, Lebanese Canadian lawyer, an activist of human rights, and advocate of green energy. Thank you, sir, for being here. And we are honored and we are happy to award you with this Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Next, His Holiness Rajeshwar Guruji, founder and spiritual leader of International Siddhashram Shakti, United Kingdom. Thank you, Guruji, for being here. And we are so happy to know what you are doing, your work. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. We are honored to give this the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you, His Holiness Rajeshwar Guruji. Thank you. Next, Councillor Suresh Krishnaji, Mayor of National Social Justice Day. Thank you. Miss Lorelei Higgins, Métis Canadian Cultural Mediator. We are honored to give you this social justice, the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. We are honored to give you this social justice, the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. So thank you, Miss Lorelei Higgins. Thank you for doing what you are doing. And thank you for being who you are. I sincerely thank all the recipients of the award for what you are all doing for the humanity, to make the world a better place to live, and for the social justice. You are all real Dharma Rakshakas, people who protect the natural law of justice, people who live for life positivity. Thank you for doing what you are all doing and being who you are. Kailasa and myself, we are honored to give you all this Dharma Rakshana Award. Once again, I want to thank you all for being here, receiving, accepting this award. Above all, for being here live. We are humbled by your presence and we thank all of you. Thank you. Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Listen. The the existence of the super consciousness. Consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time, because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karna. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma, Yudhishthira, never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants.
understand, our idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravadanis, 1 lakh Shadavadanis. Sahasravadani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shadavadanis. They start giving awards to Shadavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third, Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different Avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these Avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than Avadanis, Another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your jnanendriyas and karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives informations and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called avadana. I myself have seen an avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA, if the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambra's family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform avadana on any shastras. On any shastras. The shastra-centric avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon, Shastra-astra-centered avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. And I am getting so many messages. And Nithya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are half Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nithya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old, you are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nithya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle style and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now. Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you. Take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA. Please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adisheva Velalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana, in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the signs, branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana, that is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana, that is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control pass. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I am just working. So understand, By the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive, start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, if you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle, you all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically, because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravadanis in each branch, at least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding these 4 itself You need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Shri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul, especially Paramesha. The way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid, it is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1,000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1,000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both you will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pidadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take the science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, the Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it, he is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about superconscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Madhvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All these big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagariputtur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagariputtur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha dushkritam dharma samstapana. Usually at this samadhi level, when I verbalize, common man can't grasp as per his logic. So he will have his own confusion, misinterpretation. So I'll wait for a little more settling down so it can be verbalized into your language. The language you understand, the rationality or the rationale means the logic level of a common human beings. So I'll settle down to that and then start expressing. I have so many wonderful things from Kailasa to all of you. Raising the intensity of the integrity will keep you all prepared to receive this whole thing. Be like Devi, Brahmanda Yoni, Parashakti, waiting to receive. Be like Parashakti, you will receive Paramashiva intensely, beautifully. Remember yourself as Parashakti and wait to receive Paramashiva. Even this intense waiting, a deep passive waiting, can just make you explode in enlightenment, and Paramashiva delivers his message just by a word, by an initiation, by mantra, just you can explode. It is possible. So prepare yourself with a deep waiting. Many people ask me how to receive Devi's grace fully. Listen carefully. Be very clear. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive them very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut in front of the screen. You watch Devi. 1 coin. It can be lowest unit available for you. It can be $1 or even 1 cent is okay. Coin. Coin is the traditional dakshina given in Hindu tradition. It can be lowest value. If you are in India, it can be 25 paise or 10 paise, or even if you get 1 paise coin, that is okay. If you are in US, it can be even quarter or even a cent. Dakshina is offered traditionally. And after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat that banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as a prasadam immediately. That coin, collect, then send it to our temple, maybe the Los Angeles temple. You can send it. Keep minimum coin. I am not trying to monetize, please understand. You can keep 1 cent. But the traditional respect is giving some minimum coin. Especially women, Devi, when she comes, at least 2 betel leaf, 1 betel nut, 1 banana, 1 coin. As I said, it does not even need to be $1 coin. It can be even 1 cent coin. 1 cent is also okay. Whichever country you are living, the minimum denomination coin available, keep just 1 coin and offer it. After the darshan is done, eat that betel leaf and betel nut, banana. The coin, send it to nearest temple. Los Angeles is best as a dakshina. That's it. Listen. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but once you start this, you will understand in few days how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. That is why this betel leaf, betel nut. Listen carefully. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality, lifestyle, and it will remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. After 2-3 days, you forget you are having Devi in the screen from Kailasa appearing directly. This 2 betel leaf will remind you, hey, Devi is appearing on the screen. You are receiving her ritualistically. That is why I am saying, I am not even expecting you to keep $1. Keep 1 cent. So 100 days, if you see darshan, only then it will get added up into $1. I think 1 cent is, 100 cent is $1. That's what I think. I don't know the. So keep even 1 cent is okay. If you are in India, you can keep even 1 paise or 10 paise, whatever minimum coin available, you can keep. But this betel leaf, betel nut, banana and this coin, don't forget. It can even be dry leaf, that is okay. Om Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the Hindus, living and practicing Hindus all over the world. All the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Kayakalpa Yogis, Sarvaparityagis, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, consulate generals, and supporters. Soon to be appointed Senate members. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Work on the body, that is yoga. Work connecting with the cosmic bodies, that is kriya. You will automatically manifest powers, that is jnana, and you will be in absolute bliss lifestyle, that is charya. Work on your body, that's the first foremost. I tell you, I'll give you one simple example. One incident in my own life. My gurus will insist on me every day taking neem juice. I still remember once, he did not, my Guru Raghupati Yogi, Yogananda Puri, he did not let me eat almost for 5-6 days. Maybe it was the 6th day. He did not give me food, and whenever he says I should not eat, my mother also won't give food. My mother and he was such wonderful nexus, I should say. My mother is such a sweet, compassionate person, but so dedicated to my enlightenment and the process. My gurus were doing it for me, and my gurus used to tell that they are preparing my body not only to be a yogi and live long life, healthy life, and the way they prepared my body, they said very clearly that even if after I leave the body, it will not go through any of the regular dead bodies decays. How the dead bodies go through decays, the natural decaying happening. My gurus have clearly declared that my body, even after I leave the body, will not go through any of the natural decay. It will just be a naturally mummified body. Of course, I did not understand all that at that time, and he used to tell me that that is why so much preparation we are doing. Not only no one can poison you, even if they poison your body, you will not die, you will only detox and automatically cleanse your body by its own strength, and you will live healthy as long as you want. And even after you leave the body, it will not go through any regular decay. It will just be like Jiva Samadhi, sitting in Jiva Samadhi. Anyhow, he did not let me eat for almost 5-6 days, and not only that, he was feeding me with neem juice. Without food, giving neem juice and asking me to brush my teeth with the neem stick. With the neem stick, I have to touch the haritaki powder as the powder. Neem stick will be like a brush. Haritaki powder will be like a tooth powder. That is the way I have to brush. I tell you, but one thing I should put this on record here, the extraordinary humbleness and involvement, their love gave me the complete courage and secured feeling to go through all the process they have done to me. See, actually, he will do all this and he will ask me to walk. When I walk and come back, I'm not supposed to wear the chappal. Of course, in Tiruvannamalai, I'll never wear. That's my lifestyle. Even when I was studying in college, I have to wear the shoes mandatory for them. When we enter the workshop, I'll carry the shoes in the carry bag. Only after the bus crosses Tiruvannamalai border, I'll wear the shoes and go. Before the bus enters Tiruvannamalai border, I'll remove the shoes. That's my respect to Arunachala. So, he will make me walk. When I walk and come back, he himself will keep my feet on his lap and press. That love gave me the deep security that they will not put me through any unnecessary torture. Whatever they make me do is only minimum requirement of tapas. No extra torture, no unnecessary torture. That gave me tremendous courage, confidence to go through whatever they were asking me to go through. And 6th day, still no sign of food. Again, neem juice. Finally, I vomited. Nothing came out, just that neem juice, which he fed me, that only came out. Because there was no food for last 6 days. What can come out? Only neem juice came out. And after checking the color, he said, yes. Ronanir samanam aidichida. Ipa nee saapidala. It means the acid which is there in our body, which is responsible for balancing the hunger, which creates the feeling of hunger, or which creates the feeling of satisfaction. The Ronanir Samanam. That Ronanir, I don't know exact English translation of that word Ronanir. The Ronanir is not just a chemical. When it is in the body, it is a living organism which can be programmed. It means like it's like it has its own biomemory. So, that decides the signal of hunger, signal of satisfaction is programmed in Ronaneer. That Ronaneer is responsible for maintaining our hunger. He said that has been balanced and programmed. And I tell you, till now, that programming they have done is responsible for my healthy, happy life. As I said, 42 can sit in Padmasana, no spare parts required, spectacles or teeth, nothing, no spare parts required, internal or external, happy, healthy, 20 hours a day I can do my work. No medicines, no hospital visits, nothing. I am 42. Surely I have not even gone to hospitals 42 times. Maybe I would have gone to inaugurate, visit, bless, but not for treatment. Only few times, like when I had the fracture, went to hospital for surgery. Other than that, it's their grace. It's their grace. I wanted all of you to know balancing of the Ronaneer is a very powerful method. I'll give you simple tips. First instruction, keep always your body hungry. Never dump food and fill it. No. You should always feel that subtle hunger. Means constantly the Jadaragni is alive, burning. Ronaneer balancing gives you tremendous willpower. I tell you, some of my kids, because I balance their Ronaneer, they have amazing willpower. I just need to help them to align it, to train more. You see, you need to be given power and then knowledge, both. Jnana and Shakti, both. Some of my kids, I am highly successful in bringing this Ronaneer balance. Ronaneer balance gives you tremendous willpower. Tremendous willpower. Nobody can break you. With that strength, you need to be given power. The power need to be added. I can spell out few names of my kids with whom I sincerely worked. No one can break their will. Even beyond their self-doubt, that physical biomemory has imbibed their will. I can name many of my kids. Of course, there is a long list. I'm just saying few people. Work on balancing the Ronaneer. Keep your body always hungry. Stop being a cheap poor backgrounded rich man. See, when a poor person becomes a rich person, he lives the fantasy of poor person's rich person. He takes revenge on the society by dumping himself. See, whatever was denied to him when he was poor, he thinks when he becomes rich, he should grab all that. That is rich life. No. See, when you are poor, the quality food was denied to you is wrong. So add quality food. A good food which brings strength to your body. But junk food was denied to you is a blessing. Don't try to dump your body with junk food. The poor man's fantasy of rich man, even if you live the poor man's fantasy of rich man, you are a rich man according to poor man, not the real rich man. Real rich man knows what is needed for him. I tell you, my Gurukul kids will be the real rich kids because they know what is needed for them. For many of my kids, I have done that balancing of Ronanir. More than their willpower, will persistence, the consciousness supporting them to be aligned and integrated will be more. Listen, I'll repeat. Biggest problem for the seekers is self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Will persistence will be higher than the self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt in a strong person. Higher than the will persistence, consciousness. The Gurukul kids whom I balance, I'm not saying they will not have self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. They can create. I have seen some of the kids doing. Their problem is simple laziness. But they will imagine big problems. Oh, I am not feeling inspired. I think my devotion for Swamiji is reduced. My commitment to Swamiji is reduced. I don't know what to do. I think I am confused. Delusory problems. Real problem is only simple laziness. Without breaking the simple laziness problem, imagining that as a big problem. And I have also seen just the simple darkness and screen is moving in the dark. Switch on the light, problem is solved. Instead, I think Brahma Rakshas has come, Bhuta has come, Preta has come. Exactly the same thing we do inside the mind. Simple laziness, break it. Don't make it as a big problem. By imagination, confusion. Listen. Fasting we do for Skanda Sashti, 6 days. And every Pradosham, every Ekadasi, Vaishnavites do on Ekadashi, Shaivites do on Pradosham. All this helps you amazingly to balance your Ronanir and program the Ronanir. Langanam Parama Aushadam. Fasting is the greatest medicine. Hunger is the greatest space to exist. Start developing taste for being hungry. I tell you. Start developing taste for being hungry. See, you need a strong, powerful vessel to do the alchemy process with mercury. Enlightenment is just like alchemy process with mercury. First, you need to have a stone vessel in which the mercury need to be poured, and the energizing process should happen inside the stone vessel so that the molecules of mercury is broken through the energy and reassembled as a solid molecules. It's a whole alchemy process. But the vessel should be strong stone, granite vessel. Same way, the body should be built with hunger and Rananir balancing. I am not saying don't give vitamins, minerals, all needed. Give all of that. But stop dumping junk food on the system. Your body will become a powerful vessel where the spiritual alchemy process can happen. Yajnavalkya Smriti says beautifully, the best detox, Kala, Agni, Karma, Mrit, Vayu, Mano, Jnanam, Tapo, Jalam, Paschatapaha, Niraharaha, Sarve, Ami, Tuttihetavaha. Nirahara is the last but most powerful detox. Work on the body. Work on your body intensely by more and more nirahara. Keep yourself hungry. Whole day you should feel the fire of hunger. All my most healthy kids are kids who learned the mechanism, methodology of keeping themselves hungry. These few kids whom I named, I have always seen Even if there's a large quantity of food, they will not touch. They know how to balance themselves.
Divine truths about yourself, your world, and your reality. Take the leap to self-empowerment, self-realization, and a higher plane of existence. A meaning for life and a conscious cognition, a realization that you are a divine being. You are bliss, and you are one with the ultimate cosmic superconsciousness.
You are Paramashiva. You are not human being having spiritual experience as you imagine. You are a spiritual being having human experience. That's the truth. You are Paramashiva having human experience.
Do you sometimes feel like you are just going through life without a true purpose? Do you feel alienated from your own identity? Feel like you have no control or that you're living someone else's life? Everything you've earned, everything you've achieved seems meaningless? And the answer to the meaning of life is just out of reach? For generations, the sacred cosmic truth has been kept from you. We are divine beings, experiencing a human form in a playground of existence. Life was never meant to be a struggle. It was meant to be bliss. And it can be again. Join the Paramashivoham program today. Take back control of your life. Discover sacred cosmic secrets and divine truths about yourself, your world, and your reality. Take the leap to self-empowerment, self-realization, and a higher plane of existence. A meaning for life and a conscious cognition, a realization that you are a divine being. You are bliss, and you are one with the ultimate cosmic superconsciousness.
You are Paramashiva. You are not human being having spiritual experience as you imagine. You are a spiritual being having human experience. That's the truth. You are Paramashiva having human experience.